Hello there. Hi. Greetings. And all that good stuff. You will notice a slight change. Namely with the ears. If I turned around. With the face too. Yeah, I had the initial plan to... There's a siren. That's annoying. I had the initial plan to do this anyway. Like, the plan was to swap it as soon as Endwalk launched. Then I commissioned my display picture. And then I felt kind of locked into it, but I've got like another plan in place now. So I was actually able to swap it. So let us get started, shall we? Sanctity, lovely to see you. Not if you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Sure. Take a seat then. I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Nibble. Nice bit of bread.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
You could end your adventure.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
Wonderful idea there, Tataru, but where to start?
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind. Thavnair. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Fair.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets. I'll say you're the best.
Stitching here and trimming there, knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Alright, countdown.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
No, those are for the retainers.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Henry. Who are you?
Ah, you're awake.
Finally awake, hey?
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
Apparently so. Can it sew?
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Nice and chill. I'm curious what this outfit looks like. It has a cape. I do like me a cape. Capes are cool. Not quite as cool as some things, but still pretty cool. Pretty cute indeed. I just realised that was maybe a little bit too low. I could have marked it up, but I'll be honest, I didn't think of it and we're almost all the way there now, so might as well just keep running, you know. Service artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. No napping this time. I'll need a moment. You'll see. From the shoulders, open the cuffs. Final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Oh, I accidentally clicked. That may have been too quick to even, like, clip and get it. If I do that... Oh, that one is muted. Good, good, good. Bellies, we're just going to try and get this line that we missed. Looks on the mannequin. There we go. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? So glad you approve. You've outdone yourself to Taro, thank you. Oh, stop. Don't blush. If you really want to thank me though, I'll ask that you were wearing in your travels. Or at least where lots of adventurers might gather. But look at you, a famous hero, wonder. Wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing all over each other to place orders at the Taro's boutique. You can hear it now, the merry clink-clink of gill overflowing from the coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Ooh. Also quite might be nice as well. Burgeoning? Merchant Empire aside, must be excited to start a fresh new chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I wonder how you remember all the experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in case. Electrum? Oh. Cool, cool. So are we adding like all the past stuff to that as well then? Or are we just adding stuff from now onwards? As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the science, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Don't expect juicy rumours to fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you have only a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavna, I suggest you explore your options at Marit's Mayhem. The finest drinking establishment in Radzatan. And the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of local tale-tellers, but also share with you tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, and may fair fortune favour you. First off, we have to check out what this looks like. Thank you. It's okay. It's dyeable too. In a variety of blues. Which I have to ask. Which dyes do I actually have? Right, what we're gonna do is, since we need to go over there anyway, actually, we're not going to go just yet, we're going to go fiddle with some glamour stuff, I think. Because we're going to need to drop these out. And drop these out? Drop these off. Yeah. Let's drop them off in the thing. That makes sense. The glamour dresser. That's what it is. It's the right direction. There we go. There's a nice hammer. We might even have something that we can use for it. Where are you? But why do I have these in my inventory? Oh, but we only have limited glamour presence. Sort his Wayfarer stuff out, and after that, we can look at saving anything else. Was ears and neck. Go to everybody's home. And start dumping this stuff in there. In fact, yeah, I've still got some of my clown stuff. Alright, so if we go edit one place. Oh yeah, I've got a pretty cool looking one for my caster. Right. So over this one we go. Oh yeah, because it's not my cut anymore. But just looking at that, like, why do I have something I can't even use anymore? And that is because at some point I could use it. It does look alright with it. It's also look alright with it. What I should do is pop those on. I will say it kind of gets covered. Not that one. Yeah, that'd be fine. Right, if they're hat, I'm pretty sure they can actually wear most hats. It'd simply just be a matter of finding something that suits. I think we'll just go with that one. Right. So if we're going to go with a die, we need one that we've got at least 3 of, which is actually all of those. We'll go with ice blue, why not? Where was the sky blue? I think it was, you know. It looks about the same blue to me. There we go. Save that. And apply that. Wonderful. Already blown as well. Right. Pop those back in there. That for later. You've gone into that actually as well. Okay. Need to go to 7. Specifically, Rods at Home. And I think we'll need to be right back. Yeah, well, I'll just be a sec, I just need to get some tissues. Alrighty, sorry about that. Everyone's had no play. Oh god. Go straight there. Onwards to Meridians in Lehan. Welcome to Meridians Mehan. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? I found you a table. I was wondering if you could tell me any little elements. Ruins beneath the bounty? Should you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular historian, in fact, who can tell you all about it. There he is. Mr. Jalheen. Thought I saw him coming. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who will share his fondness for Mehan's unique beverages. Offer him a drink from our selection, and he should be happy to share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy him is on the house, by the way. Mary found out I took coin from Thelma's saviour. Have me scrubbing pots for a week. Hello, Professor. Yes? What may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a free drink. To a drink freely offered. Here we are. One of Merit's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. There's a cup in a single bowl. Why is a big cup to just go below? It's very kind of you, sir. How do I know when I'm being softened up? What do you want from me? I was wondering if you knew about the ruins under the bounty. Oh, well, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He's a hound of the Ori tribe which sailed to Thavner from the mainland. And a key figure in the history of Radz-at-Han. His decision to aid the Axadoras is somewhat untimely, among them their war against the Gajasura. Oh, allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city, thus allowing bustling city. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III. He was known for his deeds as satrap in Radz-at-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man travelled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is a tale of the sunken vault, the one which you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III climbed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razatan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in my... Oh, the cup appears to be empty. Another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhem. I've done this newest drink with gusto. Oh, yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage the others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend. The golden lure grew stronger than ever before. This reminds me of something Azam was saying. Azam is a fellow connoisseur of spirituals. Portables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear. He did have, no, I can see him. You seem a generous soul. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? My words sent you to your death. I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Since your turn to tell a tale, then what manner of dangers have you faced? Very edge of existence. Anyone else had struggled to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Yalil, of the same if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Yalheen drains another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose you wouldn't have to share a little more. Ish, you're a friend of Ashama's, who is desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Yalil, more drinks. Signal for water instead. Generally you'd wink the other eye, but... marvellous. I am parched. Bane gulps down the cup of water. That was water. You tell her to bring me water. Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly be hurting later. Ugh. I seem to have overindulged. Put in mind of the words of Master Jalzal. Wary of how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Sama, well, as I said, wish our taste for Mayhan's fine spirits. Probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding no fortune. You've learned all you can from the professor. Sorry, I felt a sneeze coming on, so I just had to make sure I'm muted in time. Yes, I'm a summer. To my duty. When would I venture, sir? Not true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Isabel's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. Tried to dissuade him, of course. He refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And the look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard. His ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too. Appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. Well, I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I'll tell you what my friend told me. We convinced the merchant in the bazaar to be on the rough location of the vault's entrance. Who's this merchant? One Zashar, I believe? I saw a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. What a meager wealth he had. He instead paid to learn there are ruins to a small island somewhere in the bounty. And within one of those ruins, path to the vault deep below. Thus, that if you truly intend on seeking Alstadal's treasure, best you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different. I do not believe my friend has ever come home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
It's almost definitely like a scam these two are running. Look, it's Stinian.
What have you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend.
Definitely felt like those two were pulling some kind of a scam.
Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the Bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
Never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Oh, is it for blood?
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
I mean, I have to carry them in. That's Should I split the expenses?
I appreciate the concern, but one thing I've learned from my time with the Sirens is how to better manage my coin purse.
Is that a yes?
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Is that a yes? I don't know. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavner at Richard's request. Well, Fran invited me to a feast. I made his proposal once I was too full of Harnish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train at the Radiant Host. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in Lancework. That is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or trawl with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsier is a fisherman by trade yet. Head the Akiali, if he can help us. I believe the Great Work would have been kind of close, although that might be like up here and it's down here. Either way, they could have picked it up, wouldn't they? Yeah. Never mind. Actually, I thought we just got that. Okay, that looks like Marina. I don't know what I'm doing. But like, it's quite like it to be. What brings you to our village? Well, we found a treasure map. Need a boat. So, we need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering this was your deeds that allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. You noticed our little shadow? Been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Enjoy yourself. It is you. You know how far out of our way we walked that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? Sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavner? Well, I know you are. I've gone and cheated you. Worked with Zeshal, you see, that merchant. My job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. Ashamed of what I'd done. Beg your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. Fortunate purchase, as it turns out. As for my friend here was searching those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong you've done here. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I have overheard the child selling the information to another customer. He told me that he told the man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. And the man sailed out to seek to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you. Maybe even a whole army. Do not doubt the ruins hold danger. I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we can't overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Now you're gonna make him cry. Yet we could invite her comrades. We could. And assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas of whom to approach? Sounds have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. I mean, Ishtola is all about, like knowledge and stuff, isn't she? I'm pretty sure she'd revel to look around the ruins of some like ancient vault. Ishtola? Magics would be a welcome addition, I'm loath to interrupt her research. I guess we could ask a less prickly companion. I think Alfino and Alice might be too busy with what they're doing, so maybe Thancred and Oriange? Thancred and Oriange, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly. They left the Rising Stones with a different task in mind, and loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Crown? Crown may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if we reach out to Graha, surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes. The man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean? What's your name, boy? Murad, sir. Well, Murad, your life is yours to live as you will. I suggest you find a more honest trade if you wish to keep your sister safe. I'm proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? I need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. Didn't take this roundabout road to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me a steady. Oh, I bet what's going to happen is he's going to help train the Lancers and the Radiant Host. He's going to end up getting that kid in there as well. He'll teach him to be a Dragoon. Shall leave you to recruit Graham. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based in the Annex. Someone there ought to point you in the right direction. Let's be off too, Murad. Do me a favour and don't stray from the path. Pretty sure I've mentioned getting the like Wraith energy drinks before. Like those powdered energy drinks. But some of the ones that I've had recently haven't mixed properly. Which, as I'm sure you can tell, is a little bit of a problem. Oh. Alright, so we want to go to the annex. Now I know at least one of these side quests, not that one. Okay, so not these two, but one of these three will be the red series. Oh, look who it is! Welcome back. What might the students do for you? Right? Yes, in the main hall with Mistress Crow. They've been holed up there for days. By all means, go give them an excuse to take a break. What's up? I'm just like, what do you want?
Ah, Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
No.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
There's a restoration of the students going on.
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Well, we went to find a treasure island. Thought you might be interested in coming along.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition?
Yes.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
I want to do this.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Excitement in his face.
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Nope, you're the first.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola? Ever since the Scions disbanded, She spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, because I did mention I...
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
I did mention I was meant to have returned with otherworldly,
Wait, before you go.
treasures.
I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Still love just how excited they look, just tail wiggling around their floor. Go to the study. Send your clock down. Sleep. It's like, yes. Yes, she is.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment. Ow! Ugh. How long have you two been here? Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runa. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Oh, we're actually going to this treasure vault for some Alzadal dude.
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family.
And to have travelled to other worlds. Might find something.
But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
Depending on the era.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse.
Shadow. Okay.
And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akiale, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
No, leave those books there, yeah. Okay, the mammoths deal with them. It's a bit rude. Fair enough, but a bit rude. Alright. Where was Pharmacy? Oh, it was right down at the bottom. Okay. Good that I moved it back down here, I just left it parked up at the pillar thingy. Up the door. Mind you, I suppose I didn't need the space.
Ah, our illustrious champion. cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
It is good to see well.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
Oh, is that basically their way of going, yep, this is how the treasure maps are going to be?
This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Yeah, treasure map dungeons are usually pretty cool.
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Justinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
Hey, thank you too.
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being.
Yeah, fair. Completely fair.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos.
Oh dear.
A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
Adventure.
Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Thank you.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, it's best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
We're probably heading back to Matsia. Or at least we'll be heading to his village. Yeah, McKinley. Alright. I don't need those ones. We need here and here. Send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is steady enough to carry us on. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. And we are more than glad for the chance to provide it. Ask only that you take care to steer clear of reefs and shallows. I will keep an eye out. Full speed! Asadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? What of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. Friends, to temper our expectations, the map doth promise remains. Beyond that, we know not what will find. Until we find it, well, let's dispense with the conjecture and set sail for war. Get over there. See it. Yeah, as much as I would love to take Ishdala with us.
Right then.
Insufficient item level. Requires 560. Oh, I'm getting dragged down by a lot of stuff. Alright. Oh dear. I'm sure I know a way to sort this out. Got to ultimate fuel. We should have a vendor back over this way. Fingers crossed. We should be able to buy what we need here. If we can't, we might need to go to the market building hub. Because mainly what's dragging us down is the fact that we've got 2 of Lady installed. The level 82 item probably isn't helping though. And there's a vendor here. So fingers crossed we can get what we need, really. Battlecraft accessories. It wasn't nearly as I needed to be. Yeah, actually it wasn't even Right, so what are we at now? 550. Oh. Right, okay. Unfortunately, that didn't actually fix it enough. Right. This should be just up from the market board. We might need to up that we can purchase something. Oh, those are actually a lot cheaper than expected. We'll buy as much of this as we can, because it'll prep us for the raid should we need to encounter it. Well, not should we need to, when we encounter it, I should say. Those are a bit expensive actually. 8k. From the looks of things, we're picking up the gloves definitely, and then we don't actually have the money to pick up anything else, unless this is cheap enough. No. So that is pretty much all that we can pick up at present. Oh, wait a second, we weren't using that appearance, we were using that one for now. Right, we need to go back. I remember where we're going. Yeah, leave that there. Yeah, I could have sorted that out earlier, but the plans were done. brand new adventure. It's kind of a miss. Yeah, we were finally fighting with Astinian.
Right then.
It was Astinian that bought the map after all. It is only fair. Yeah, I can't let this drink sit for too long. Sit for too long. Because it likes to collect stuff at the bottom. Oh god, lemurs.
Hold still.
This will hurt.
I will say, I'm actually liking the music. Somebody else in this music, so far. I'm doubting it on the part of like unique music for all the bosses. I guess it would just be the standard expansion boss things. Also, I wonder if this one's got armor or if it's another like accessory on them.
Gotcha!
Hold still.
However, that is at least a new thing to watch out for. Arrows.
Be gone!
Now this is pretty cool. Not those things. Anything but those things. I'd much rather do something fun first.
This will hurt.
Allow me.
Make ready! This will hurt.
But it could be that he visited one of the reflections of his celestials.
Hold still.
Got you!
We could only save the first because we had Eden, and we could only use Eden thanks to an inhabitant of the first. It's like a whole thing of it.
Be gone!
Actually, knows that one too. Look at the swan that was involved. Okay. I guess I'm going to the rest.
You underestimate me!
This was the first one. Oh god. And then you this jump when you're supposed to run and like screw up this.
Hold still.
Kind of missed which direction I need to go.
You're mine!
And I think I clicked them. Well, that's unfortunate. That is also unfortunate, the fact that it's a helmet and I can't actually use them. Someone was talking about this mentioning like how much is spent this expansion. Well, not this expansion, so this patch. I don't know if it's actually managed to make a start.
Allow me!
Not better than the one that I've currently got. No. I suppose it did require 560, didn't it? This is just constantly getting so many reinforcements. So let's take this out of this up.
Together we shall overcome this.
Somewhere to protect stuff in it. That's the only way it wouldn't work is if I reach around it itself. I tried calling reinforcements but it didn't call. Yeah, we're just gonna have a quick look outside, you know. Let's see this one. Besides a little fish. What are the ruins? There's no fancy big fish. There is. There's no more and more. Ooh, hello shark. I think it's called the Marmora. Or is it the Marmora? I know it's like it's called the Malafell naming convention. That's what the master remember about. I really like this dungeon. The deep sea is horrifying. But the stuff that lives down there. Things are bullshit.
This will hurt.
Allow me.
Yes, you should always think here is. So this is me jumping back from the other thing. Yeah, I'm sure it's whole business here just to try and find a way to traverse the rift, I suppose. If we get through clearing the weather, it gives her time to look around the window bit.
gone!
Ready.
Something special for you.
It's a gigantic squid over there.
This will hurt.
So my iPhone was like 3 or 4. Oh, I see, I see.
Be gone!
So this one that was diagnosed. And this one that was like... This one that was like strikes in parts. I should be fine with it.
Allow me.
Yeah, really good one.
Be gone!
Is it by again? Pretty sure I caught one of them. Might push a bit more.
Hold still.
Be gone!
Oh, that is... okay. Alright, I guess. I need to see the rest of the... I need to see like the body armor and stuff. The chest pieces. Alright, to make a judgment on this armor set.
This will hurt.
Together we shall overcome this.
This will hurt.
Together we shall overcome this.
No, I know I can't loot these chests. I wonder if there might maybe be a fight with them. Like minutes. They just seem too out of the open to be elements in the fight to get in it. Everything else is contained in the outskirts, but these are actually inside. Dancer, that dancer. So the treasure, all the treasure is like actually at the sides. It's just looked. They didn't fit. Of course, if you know where to try and get the treasure hoard, why not try it? see even these chests are like in certain ones. Now I'd be surprised if, like, so this one and this one became the monument. Oh, that was cool. Looks like maybe spike traps. Well, that's a pretty cool mechanic.
You're mine!
Preston doesn't seem to use
Allow me. First off, what is that? What does this look like? Okay. Winter storm. Only winter one. Never a summer one. What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Crack it open.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshal?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
Would it not have been better for Estinian to be like, we did come here to loot the ruins, but that would make sure it's well for the people of Savna.
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
So, what way exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Oh, so it actually is into the 13th, okay. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the stars on the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. Fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is a product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. I think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. Swirling emptiness? Emptiness. What did I even say? Emptiness. That swirling emptiness puts in mind old friends, not to mention old foes.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory.
You sure it's wise to leave that?
An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Mericidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Not a bad fight. Not a bad fight. God awful fight, never wish to do it again.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Oh, so that's why he's using the,
Not long ago,
this
you
phone.
told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
As did I. Were it not for Une and Doga, or Nero for that matter, we might never have made it home. Do you remember what happened to Nero? How his wounds allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether? Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That And to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Managed to not only expand the fissure. I don't know if actually it was only today. But I'm going to start this again. But they managed to not only expand the fissure, also manipulated it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn of how this feat was accomplished? I'll tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. I'll not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we'll be happy to offer us our assistance. That will not be necessary. Once I retain spare vessels for myself, we'll keep the guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Rad's at home. Nice to know that he hasn't been like, how dare you? Blah, 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 blah. However, this explains why no one else would speak of what was there. Because they may have felt sworn to secrecy from the satrap himself. I will discuss the Void Gate further, but first, I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, Capicolo have been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to the post along with some few lesser constructs. Two robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zod? Brother sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet arms free. Shift the eye. Why such guilty faces? Surely it wasn't you who were responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact. I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed. That's why I saw it. It's sealed with an alchemically forged lock, and modded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of holds an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would hit only the lowliest of void sent. On this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Elfno would fit, given volume of punch. Physical size is only one consideration. No restrictions. That restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. Yet, you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal in your simulacrum into the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemist, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them to devise a means to control it. After much examination, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure, transform it into a serviceable gate. The process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Asdaya. Asdaya? Yeah. There is no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus, the gate has lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage, the 13th, was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open the Void Gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the Void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another Void Sent. But such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Perhaps you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search the vault in the first place? Let's see if the legends were true. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real. Not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert prior claim. I've been adding to the trove for years, little by little. Time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's sufferings. In my own mind, I had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to take a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. Ere you and yours are dead, that could never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I'll take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join you in my study. The Laportes will be anxious to receive my report. Take my leave of you. I must be off to Charlotte this morning. Mistress Crowell was eager to speak with you about that request. So please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. I can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Take the Chronicles of a New Era. First series, Myths of the Brown. A fresh-faced student at the Valdesian Annex to accept the first quest. So that'll be the Red series. I thought it was accessible beforehand for some reason. The difficult parts in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Can you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? What? Okay. Limited and I are in this together. We'll follow those are clever. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Looks vaguely dragon-shaped. See what I mean? It's got like the full with wingspan. Not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from another. I too felt it. Rare occurrence, yeah. Such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip from our grasp. We have not estimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. You and the infant restrained by a covenant. The cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp for breath in his final minutes. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. I've just realised. If they call this guy Golbez, I think it was Golbez. Then I know what this is, and I called this encounter. Because I'm pretty sure this will be the 4 elemental lords. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember we see them, not our will to fight. We set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Shall we begin? But to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from our monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. You are to visit Akiali and Yedlamad, speak with Matsya and his people, listen to their grievances. Stinian, I bid you do the same at Palakistan. I will conduct my own inquiries in the Giant's Cauldrons. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at another time. I just need to send a quick message. Alright, Chiali. Yeah, pretty much from, I think it was when we saw Hyperborean, like there were a trailer for it. I was like, that'll be the Far Elemental Lords. I know how they do their yield references. Turns out I was completely wrong on that one. But, as it turns out, we do actually have them. Just slightly different to what I was expecting. Oh, Saturday. I'm so glad to see you'd returned unharmed. You've finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for the fish, but although I sell you here and there, much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Greetings and welcome, traveller. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Amalassi. Refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. That's not any profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Just spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travellers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I'll tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, scavenging for scraps in the street. First port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? Trade routes are open once more, but now that the dangers have passed, certainly. And a small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet for the short term. Add to that, sailors we lost in the final days. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. Alzal and his consortium were still with us. I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God rest his soul. Towards the time. Oh yeah. We'll just have a thingy over that with the Megaduta. There it is. Oh, the other door. I just thought, like, if I click on that, I'm going to get cracked into click on that. Nice how they let you have like a law book now. Ah, my advisor's returned. Just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. There are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Pelicastan were unanimous in their reply. They survived. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they've persevered with some assistance from Yidlimed. From what I understand, they've always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and like. I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Stand had weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The Quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant's gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavna has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated. Its prosperity is dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacle to the flow of trade that we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali and Yildimed? See, without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yidlimed. Of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father was lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. Many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Ah yes, I had forgotten the child from like 3 quests ago. Enough grief to drown in, if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. Time to do this, Dinu. I will consider the perspectives you have brought me. Devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Oh. I'd like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. host have retrieved or hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. Made aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
That is a tough one. Like, I would consider this one, but having issue with trade at the moment, and that might take a while to sort out, so I'm going to say it takes a village.
We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A successful merchant. I believe I see thy reasoning. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavnair, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition. Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Excellent. We'll go with the pancakes one. Even if they're not made of potatoes. Bridging the rift. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Arkoni Stola. He asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Will must have finished her study of the Void Gate. We hear what she has to say then. I will go with you. The trap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have seen to the, my clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahuan assumed office. Understand what needs to be done. I'm curious to learn what conclusion your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Why did you look at me when you said Your Excellency? Plaza, because I'm pretty sure that's the closest. I feel bad about wasting money on all the rings and stuff now. No. Live and learn. Live and learn.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world.
So just by focusing on the first, we accidentally teleport. Oops.
The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Fun thing, that's one of the first things we fight in the campaign. Well, one of the first voidsent we fight in the campaign.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Voidsent's physical form is left behind in the 13th.
Interesting, interesting.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that void scent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Well, that's
I had a feeling you might say that.
definitely interesting, because it's, as it turns out, there actually is someone on the 13th that might be able to revert etheric issues that they're having now.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Graha's favourite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
We definitely just walked off, but I suppose I can just sit here. Right. Back to Charlene. Try to enter Numenon's restricted archives with minimum fuss. Then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What if Scholark Monteshane did come to Graha's defense in the inquiry after all? This settled. Let's head to Phenomenon and see if it's willing to assist us once more. Down this bit. Just beat up with that path and go up that way. I'm curious about what these are though. Like that one's obviously the red series. What are the others? What are they're obviously somewhat important. I imagine that might be for a beast tribe. The crystal from beyond might be the mini quest. The minstrel is obviously the extreme trials. But I know the operators and before I do not know. To Master Victoria at the age of 7, and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. Never had the chance to attend the study. Thank you, Circle. Even after Master Wiswa took him off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. This was a rigorous and practical education in the art of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. To the last end of the lectures. Oh, that December level. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The young cave I stood in was little more than was about as far from the bright, airy halls of the academia as one could get. It was wondrous and magical childhood, but it was a wonderful and magical childhood nonetheless. Visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray, forgive the intrusion, Skolak, but we were hoping you might secure permission to enter Nominon's restricted archives. Oh, your furtive forays into the Staxis time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet, in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Well, we're trying to get to the 13th. As it's the easiest one, given it's currently technically connected. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. My assumption is correct. The research left behind by House Damia has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. What end, pray tell? Develop a method of traversing the rift. For one, I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truths of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, unravel it down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name would force open a void gate or two if when revelation was the promised reward? Marvellous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to present your request to the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you had the support from another well-praised acquaintance. Well, Fortunate. Yeah, why, Master Fortunate, of course. You can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortunate on our side would tip the balance in our favour. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Olivier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favour if you would share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you see a way to indulging old men's... if you could see a way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Oh, Skolak. Be sure to pass on any revelations. all the way to House Levy. Do we have any speech bubbles? It would appear no. Okay, this is fine. Sneeze ramping up. I'll do my best to mute it so you don't hear like as so often happens when people are about to sneeze. I just realised that's part of flow. Huh. Ah, Master Semter, the Mistress Ishtola. How may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortunal. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Bow and stop. Well, Williams would invite you inside for tea, but I assume that is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Basically, we want access to the archives to find a book on a man-made void scent. If you would, kindly. Help us petition the forum. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Quantishane expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again. Unless absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? No pressing needs exist, then why risk the consequence of employing this forbidden knowledge? Or a brother who misses his sister, who is his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over people, yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. It's no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As those who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it. Surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Elections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences of the first should constitute in fair exchange for your cooperation. celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver a decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Which then loops around to us getting back to the Baldessian Annex because Kyle wanted a word with us. Meow. No, it's not just apart from flow. This is like the music for flow. And then it does cut in with like a part actually from flow. But mostly it's just like a instrumental cover of flow. There we go. There's no way they decided that so fast. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Shalien, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe you and your companions. To silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you're aware, this petition was not extended lightly. Hidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution. And there will be repercussions if it is not. Wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. I have to say that uncompromising? Aye, but the very stoicism is exactly what Shalien needed to guide it through not one but two exoduses. Exodes? Rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tones. Now can I simply walk through the door? Our focus will be on finding House Damia's research notes, of course. But the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Still was excited with all the knowledge you can learn. You'll be heading directly from the directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. You've been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. You find the knowledge you seek. just realised I'm so used to... I'm so used to muting on Discord that I just muted for that entire conversation. Right, basically, going through the Realm Reborn campaign, you get like 3, I think, character customization items. Past those 3 that like cost extra, you'd have to pay actual money for them. But the plan was always to change this guy to a bunny. I was planning to do it at the start of this expansion, but got kind of locked into it by got locked into being the cat person because I had art done of them. But given current plans, I was no longer locked into that, or at the very least I no longer felt locked into that, so I could happily change. The set of instructions I laughingly imagined may exist eons away from where you firmly live. If I'd known of Alzor the Third's exploits sooner, I'll save myself days of research. The children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Oh god, how do I even pronounce this? Archon, you shall and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes. Follow me if you would. Watch your step and please note the use of naked flames is discouraged. I say that they've not forbidden a lot of knowledge.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
The mass reading begins. Alright. Let's start here. Untitled Journal. Today, in a world not my own, the most beautiful voidborn creature, was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling. Candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. If I attempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume we are seeking. No, it really doesn't. Year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, Imalja summoned Ifrit, the patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with potent command of fire-aspected magics. We consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer. It's unsurprising, if not expected, that the result deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience the same ritual? The scholar himself graces with his presence? Some other embodiment of design's sagacity? If this man-made god truly be all-knowing, and if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, and I instead seem to being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age, yet with no means to verify its pronouncements. How could one be certain they were true? The mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein. This does not seem to be the volume we are seeking. That about log. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Damia. We present these research notes to the faculty of Shalian Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. Appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek, which Dolo will need to make final confirmation. I found a book. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book was completely absorbed by its contents. Forbidden research log detailing the advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as divided by... Oh, that's literally what we said. Wonderful. Well done. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
I've fought those before.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomus of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Nice, nice. Very nice. Much I would love to start crafting the Atomos. Afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Harnish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature. I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. No one can help us, Natana can. So we return to Thavner and look for the great work. Thavner is my Ilsa Bard. And we go to the great work. Whoa, calm it down with a phoenix, my dude. Jeez. That tells me you are pursuing the most fascinating study, and you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt that you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. By the sisters, this is a mark of House Daemir. I never knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in the Numenon's restricted archives after all. It was? But means every word within is forbidden knowledge. Forbidden tone, forbidden research. You put it right into my unsuspecting hands. I can hardly wait to read it. I think Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. Many innovations have been lost to the over the centuries, I wonder. They've glanced over the notes. What say you help us build a new mock Atomos? Say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daemir project that has been even that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlotte trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist. You're a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouth simulacrum once we build it? Traverse the rift to the 13th. Oh, there's a secret void gate, sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day for revelations indeed. The purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand its hidden portal. I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing I want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then, by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly once we've finished gathering the components I require. Shalian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. But I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. Such a liquid need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favoured the place for their meditations. The water which pools there now is known to the flow of ether. Sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Sure be about it then. We'll meet back here anon. Right, where are we going? Oh. Literally just over there. Fair enough. One of these birds I'll likely not be getting just because I hit the phone. In fact, no, there's two of these birds I won't be getting because I hit the phone. Oh, but the one for the Sophia fight which I hit. And there shall also be one for getting all the birds. Check how far I have left to go in these quests. There's like 2 quests after this one. There you are. You have that flask for me. There you go, my friend. Astrally infused stuff. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you. Go for quick ammo, why not? Look who I came across. Justinian seemed to be in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, at the little parties assembled, let's make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matthias' boat again? But this time, once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akialde. Your Excellency is the gracious host. Is ever the gracious host. I can read this one. Maybe. Yeah, I could have just gone over the top and I don't know why I didn't. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Ship is yours to command. Oh, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadal's legacy. See the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Why did you just announce that?
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Maybe something familiar?
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
I reckon that'll be that one from the
Ocean rise, and cloudbank form. From mountain spring, and rainfall storm. From river flow, and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Voice changed a bit. The Drippy, I think. I think we're called Drippy.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Water, water, froth and foam! Time to play!
Nixie, that's what it was called.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
Apologise if you had that.
In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate.
And
Your Excellency?
Ah, yes.
I do not
Of
doubt you
course.
heard that. Nice.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
And again. Drop them foe.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Well, it's gonna come back horrifying, isn't it? Wait for it.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Oh. Poor little fella.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Please do.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Kinda like that one from
Well, that
Van
was a
Helsing.
sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Poor little one.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium.
I like how you can see the talisman in it.
Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals, but those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
You don't want to, because you don't want to risk.
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
You don't want to risk endangering Olaf Savna lest his abandonment of his sister be...
We will see you back in the city then.
I suppose. Like he had to choose between his sister or the rest of Radzat-Han. As he put it. Although I'm starting to feel like there's possibly more that is not actually explained. Once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the Makotomos, this door to the 13th will be ours to open. You'll be crossing the threshold alongside us. I realise this is more of my endeavour than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. I will discuss this later. There's something I must do first. does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it's to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. Now, what they would need to do is maybe have the warding scale more light aspected. Like, I think it was mostly a balance of like different etheric energies in a way that it would counteract too much influence from like one source. Although that wouldn't. I don't think having it more light aspected would even fix that. I think that's a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. How do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks, of course. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scales. Let's visit their operation in Ralph's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Oh, I guess we're back here now. Oh yeah, the Secret of the Ooze, that's... No, that is not the one. It's the Hunt for Omega that I was thinking of. What is the Secret of the Ooze? I'll have to check that out later. Santi, what brings you to the Ironworks? I have a commission for you at your present, actually. Assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly. See if he has a moment free. This one though based in Ishgard, but yeah, fair enough. As always, I hear you have a job for us. Yeah, sort of. Need your assistance with something, eh? Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. Almost sounds pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting this mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were some signs of degradation? Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero's through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? I have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like. I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate ether or chemical balance. I'll save to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing when utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. Suitable armor, as you said. Nero has compiled the data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the designers to be sure. We weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. You know how busy your schedule is. The final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be knocking Jesse in a constant barrage of demands while we sleep about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest of the instance capable hands. We'll return to the great work and see how Nithana is getting on with the mock atoms. This one? Check on something real quick.
Ah, Estola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Radzat-Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzadhan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Surprise me, Estinian. A lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra. This conclusion. It's for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night. Our travelers believing the place was racked by some unnatural storm. For your own answer, then. You seem disinclined to venture into the void. I was one with Nidhogg. His vengeful thoughts were my thoughts. His endless rage was my rage. The soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoskos' death. I did not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, I will follow you. Just the thought of this? With things as they are, I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than A dire threat to the star. Would make an interesting journey besides, travelling in a smaller party for a change. Travel's going to be a bit draining, don't you think? Now, on the specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 19th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp near the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let's reconvene inside the Megaduta. Yeah. I'm not running back to that. I don't need to go to that. Just go for the rods at hand and then like ether's at my way over. Right, this should be the last quest for what we have for the story so far. Then when we come back we'll do role quests, I think. Starting with the Shadowbringers ones that we missed. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are at present hosting a great amount of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, I'll have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ashdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I could do. I only wish we knew more about our destination, so we know how long our explorers might possibly take. Our chance of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail. Grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I'll return to the great work and lend a what help I can to Nidhana. With preparations to make early venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I will train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we get to the plant. You know what this means to me. You know what this means to me. My purpose need not consume you as well. Another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. You are a traveller. Adventure at heart, this I know. Smiley face. We'll go with direct hit, why not? Meanwhile, in the 13th.
to this world, bereft of saviors.
I think it might be who I think it is. Paths unwalked, adventurous spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. Right, so what I'll do is I shall get us moved to the Crystarium in prep. Because we will be going through the Crystariums first. And I think we might start with a tank one, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Down this way. No worries when that will be doing at some point. By the time you hear this, we don't need to do. Minstrel and Wanderer, don't need to worry about. And I don't remember what the Aspiring Skywatcher was for. Right, so that's the healer quest. I'm guessing that is the caster room. This one over here is the tank room, which is the one that we're doing. Look at that cool. And all this crystalline stuff. Yep, that'll be it for us for now. We shall be back after about 3 hours. They're live, yes they are. Right, I shall send you all over to Stan, who is presently doing a raiding well, I believe. We're doing re-clear at the moment, so I think it'll pretty much be going up until Anduin again. Oh no, the beat Anduin. Yeah, they'll probably be going up to Anduin again, and then they'll be struggling for the next fight. Yeah, I shall catch you in about 3 hours. Bye now.